Good morning, sir.
Morning. Good evening from here.
Good morning from this part of the world.
Yes, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are very audible, sir.
All
Trust you are
right.
doing very well, sir.
Yes, I'm yourself. Thank you so much.
I'm very well. I'm also doing very well, sir.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes. So we'll start in a few minutes. I just reminded our members that we have started, so I'll just expect that a few more people will join, then we can proceed.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, sir.
So if people want to join via the details for the flyer, is it okay?
Yeah, of course, of course. It's fine.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
I think we can start now. Good morning, everyone. Can we hear me, please?
Yes.
Right. Can anyone else confirm if you can hear me, please? Okay. Good morning once again, everyone. And I want to appreciate everyone for coming. Today we would start the first series of our life after UJ. And particularly today, would be looking at navigating the Australia pathway. What are the benefits? What are the options that we can explore if we would be relocating to Australia? And we have our consultant here, Mr. John Adeyemi. I would just hand over to the treasurer to read his citation and then we can proceed from there. Thank you, everyone. Miss Abundance, you can go ahead, please. Can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Once again, although I wasn't heard. My name is Abundance. I'd like to share some information about Mr. John Adeyemi and his background in migration services. Mr. John Adeyemi is an Australian registered migration agent and chartered professional engineer, bringing over 8 years of expertise in guiding individuals through the complex journey of migrating to Australia. Passionate about helping people start anew, he has successfully supported numerous clients, both overseas and within Australia, in settling and thriving in their new environment. A proud member of the Migration Institute of Australia, Migration Alliance, Engineers Australia, and the Project Management Institute, Mr. John is also an alumnus of the Australian National University and many institutions. His areas of expertise span employer visas, student visas, general skilled migration visas, business visas, family, parent, and visitor visas. Known for his professionalism, integrity, and in-depth understanding of migration law, John remains a trusted resource for those seeking a smooth and informed migration experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Abundance. Mr. John, please, you have the floor.
All right. Let me breach the protocol. Let me unveil myself. I love putting face to presentation. All right. Good evening from this part of the world, and good morning from in Africa. I know it should be. I don't know what time is it now in Africa. Maybe 11 a.m. All right.
It's 10 a.m. here.
10 a.m. Okay, beautiful. In Johannesburg, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Awesome. Good to be with you today. I'm a registered migration agent, as you rightly heard. So I will be sharing a few things about Australia. Let me share my screen. Um, it's winter here in Australia, so it's a bit cold. So maybe from my voice, let me try and see if I can share my screen. Okay, window. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes, please. We can. I can.
Okay, the record the safety should apply to others. So, why Australia? Like today, I'll be talking about Australia migration options, career settlement in Australia, particularly for those of you in UJ or any part of the world that want to come to Australia. So Australia is a destination of choice for so many migrants all over the world, similar to what is obtainable in maybe in the UK, in Canada, and maybe US and Europe. One, for high quality of life. High quality of life. The healthcare system here is fantastic. It's ranked among the best in the world. And also there are a few opportunities, maybe longevity here is a bit for older ones, I think. For females, maybe around 84 lifespan average, and then for men, maybe 82 or so. Now, another reason why people come here because of the weather. The weather is nice, similar to Nigeria weather, to be honest. We are in winter now, but it's not that cold compared to Europe, what is obtainable in Europe or in Canada or in the US. The weather is nice, it's a good weather, and the cities are beautiful, the landscape is fantastic. Australia is, let me put it this way, is almost 8 times larger in size, land mass than Nigeria. So in terms of size, but the population is around 27 million. So just less than the population of Lagos, imagine, but distributed across all the coastal cities and regional areas in Australia. So Australia is large in terms of mass, so a lot of opportunities here. And in terms of world-class education, the education system here is fantastic. There are a lot of innovations. The schools here, they believe in innovation, and a lot of things that we are using, product that we are using today were actually invented in Australia. For example, Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi was invented in Australia, and so many other things. They put a lot of money to research and encourage search. So that's one of the reasons, high quality and standard of education. Maybe that's one of the reasons people move to Australia. And in terms of opportunities as well, the opportunities are limitless. It is as much as you can take. So, but it's up to individuals to grab those opportunities. It's merit-based. Nothing is done on favoritism. You don't need to know people to grab any opportunities that come some way. So it's a land full of opportunities, and you can become whatever you want to be in Australia. So the country allows that, and they encourage innovation. They encourage excellence in everything. So in terms of multicultural and inclusive society, it is over almost all the nations of the world is represented in Australia. So it's a melting point for different cultures and different nationalities. We have different nationalities here, and the discrimination is minimal. It's a crime to even discriminate in Australia. So, and the economy is strong. The economy of Australia is very strong. It's one of the the best 14 economy in terms of GDP in the world. So economy is big, and for family, it's a good place to raise family. All right, so let's look at different visa opportunities in Australia. To come the border, let me say this: the border of Australia is very strict. It's very strict. In other words, if you don't have business coming to Australia, you can't just come into Australia. You must come on a valid visa. So there are, broadly speaking, there are two categories of visas. We have temporary visa and we have permanent visa. And of course, as the name suggests, temporary means you can only stay here temporarily. Maybe your visa will have validity, expired the dates. So maybe for 3 months, for 1 year, for 2 years, as the case may be. Whereas permanent is for permanent. And of course, once you have a permanent visa in Australia and you live here for 4 years, you'll be eligible for Australia citizenship. And once you get Australia citizenship, you can apply for Australia passport. And once you have Australia passport, what that means is that you can travel to almost 184 or 5 countries in the world without needing a visa. You can travel to the US, you can travel to Canada, to the UK, to many European countries, all over the world, to almost all the advanced countries of the world. You can travel without needing a visa. All you need to do is to probably just fill a form online, and that's it. And some of them, they will just stamp it at the point of entry. So it gives you that opportunity. So it's an advanced economy, although in Asia, but advanced economy, and it's a Western world as well, part of the Western world. So that's the reason why Australia is a destination of choice for many people, including people. A lot of people in America, they want to come to Australia. People in Canada want to come to Australia. UK, in fact, a lot of UK citizens have called Australia home permanently. And I will just share a few examples of temporary visas.
Can you hear me,
Yes.
sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Your presentation is not moving. I think you should put it on presentation mode. It's not going down.
Oh, which one do you have now? What are you
We
seeing
have
now?
the first slide.
Oh, that's serious. What's happening? Okay. Maybe. Okay, it's just on display. I thought I put it on precisely. Is it moving now?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet.
Maybe we should use the slideshow option.
The slideshow. I've actually used the slideshow, but I don't know. Okay.
Yes, we have the third slide now.
Let's see again. Is it moving?
No, not at all.
It's not moving.
How about
No,
it, sir?
sir.
Tony? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it?
No. Maybe you can stop sharing your screen and try to reshare if that would do any.
Yes. You would not have light yet. Okay. Because of.
Let
Okay.
me reshare. Stop sharing. Let me know if you can see it now.
Yes,
Are you
we
able to
can.
see?
I can see the second slide. Yeah, the third one now.
Is it moving?
No, not again.
Oh, not moving. Okay, maybe let me do it this way. I'm using two screens. Let me just remove one screen. Let's see. Uh, okay, okay. It's not even coming up. Okay. Are you seeing anything now? Hello?
Yes, it's still showing the third slide.
Oh,
The temporary visas to Australia.
okay, you know what? I might need to rejoin. Let me, okay. Or let me just leave it this way. How about this? If I do it this way, is it moving?
No. I think towards the lower part of your screen, there's a presentation mode there that you
Yes,
can
I
click
actually
if
put it
it will
in
work.
presentation. I put it in presentation mode before, so I don't know why it's not moving. Okay, you know what? Maybe I might need to change my laptop. You know, maybe it has to do with. It's really weird. I've done several presentations on this, and I don't have issue. Uh, okay, let me stop sharing again. Okay. Just give me some minute. I will just let me grab something. Let me check my laptop. Let's see. Challenge this. Please, are you able to confirm if it's moving now?
I can see the 5th slide, but I don't think you've gone to any other slide apart from that.
It's not moving still.
Yeah, it's not.
It's moving.
So what are you seeing now?
It's on slide 5. That's
I
the
think
temporary graduate visa.
Is that what everybody else is seeing?
graduate visa. That is a 485 subclass. That is where we are.
Oh, that's at my hand is moving, but at your hand is not moving. That's what is surprising now. And I don't know what test to do.
Hello, Pastor. Maybe you should extend your screen. There is on your keyboard, you will see where the projector, this thing, you can decide to maybe extend it or use a single view. Maybe toggle around that and see whether it's going to move as your own is moving on your end.
Okay, let me try something else.
Alternatively, you can just keep talking while we listen.
Yes, so instead of wasting your time. Okay, but let's see now. Is it moving? Still?
Not yet, sir.
It's not
Okay.
moving. You can just keep talking, so we won't have to stay here for.
It's really.
Okay, I think it's
so
gone
long
to skilled occupations now.
Oh, that shows it's moving then. Okay, okay. Now, how about now? What are you seeing?
Point system. Yeah, I think it's moving now.
Awesome. So
Yes, we can see point system. The last mark is there is a figure here that is written in red. I think it's 65 points.
What are you seeing now?
And then age 55 to 32. Point system.
It's the point system.
Yes, we are still on the point system.
Okay, something is wrong. So I know what so presentation mode is not working. So, but if I leave it without presentation mode, then it works. It's okay. So I will just manage it this way. So let's sorry for the disruption. Where are we before? I think we
I think we were on slide 2.
Yes. Let's talk about it. Then we say liar. Okay. Temporary visa to Australia. So there are various temporary visas to Australia. We have student visa that allows students to come into Australia to either study at bachelor level, master's level, or PhD level. I know that's not applicable to you, but some of you may want to consider it. It's an option as well. Training visa. Training visa allows individuals to come to Australia to undergo structured training with employer. They have to seek for employers, and employers have to nominate them for this visa before it can be approved, and they can stay here for up to 2 years on this training visa. They can come with their family, and the family members can work to support them. Because you say training visa, so they are not expected to be earning money while undergoing training. So maybe for people who wants to, maybe someone who wants to get professional development in any area of expertise, can come. Maybe for doctor that needs maybe like all this housemanship, whatever, they can come. Physiotherapy, whatever training you want to get in Australia, you can use that visa. And if you want to undergo maybe research program, yeah, you can use another similar visa to undergo research program here in Australia with maybe collaborator and research collaborator. Well, yeah, just for a short time, And then visitor visa, as the name implies, is a visit. If you have that visa, you're just coming to visit, and you can only stay here in Australia for maximum of 12 months. Maximum of 12 months. You can't stay more than 12 months of visitor visa, but you cannot work. You cannot work on this visa. Then we have temporary scale shortage visa. So this is employer-sponsored visa, meaning that you need to get a job here in Australia, and then employers will now sponsor you to come over here to work for them. But this, you can work for them for a certain number of years, say for 3 years or for 2 years, and after which it will lead to PR, it will lead to permanent residence. A lot of people have taken this opportunity to come to Australia via employer sponsorship. It's still happening. A lot of accountants, they've gotten jobs with all these multinational companies like PwC, SIO, KPMG. From time to time, they do recruit those big accounting firms. They do recruit and they bring, employees from all over the world. So they sponsor them on this visa. And some other organizations like all these multinational companies like Procter & Gamble, Nestle, Amazon, a lot of them. So they recruit people from all over the world. My first visa to Australia was this kind of visa as well. I got a job from Nigeria, and that was what brought me to Australia the very first time I came in. So it's very possible. You can explore that. There's a website where where most jobs are advertised. It's called seek.com.au or indeed.com.au. That's the job site. Don't despise it. You can easily get job there. I can tell you for free. Like I'm a living example. Mine was not even through skill. It was just an email that I sent my CV to, and it turned out to be real. That was some years ago, and a lot of people are still using it even till today. Then post-study visa. This is actually for those who studied in Australia, not for those who study outside Australia. If you studied in Australia for 2 years, you'll be eligible for post-study visa. So yeah, the student visa, I'm just giving the overview of what student visa it is. To study in Australia and to have student visa, you need to have confirmation of enrollment. We call it COE. You need to have proof of English. You need to have evidence of financials, health insurance, and it must be a genuine temporary entry requirement must be met. Then, if you have school children, they have to be enrolled, and of course, you can bring your family members. When I mean family, husband and wife and their children, so they can come into Australia. And then once they study for 2 years in Australia, they'll be eligible for what we call temporary graduate visa, which is like a post-study visa. I just gave a view of that earlier on. So for bachelor, people who study bachelor, they will be entitled to 2 years post-study visa. For those who study masters, they'll be entitled to 2 years as well. But those who studied master by research, they will be entitled to 3 years. And those who study PhD, they will be entitled to 3 years as well. Certificate 3, 4 diploma, advanced diploma will be entitled to 18 months. It used to be 2 years, but they changed it to 18 months. So they will be entitled to that. And if you studied a regional area of any regional area of Australia, depending on the location, we call some major regional areas. Then we call some cities regional areas. So places like Canberra is similar to Abuja of Nigeria. It's still considered as a regional area. In the regional area, in the sense of population, there are only 3 cities in Australia that are not considered regional areas. Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane are not considered as regional areas because of their population. So what Australian government is trying to do is to encourage people to move to regional areas, cities, other cities, instead of concentrating in Melbourne, Brisbane, and Sydney. They want people to move to Perth. They want people to move to Hobart. They want people to move to Canberra or that way. So if they encourage, as a form of an encouragement for those who study in those places, they give them extra 1 year. So it's a good destination for a lot of students. Now let's look at permanent visas to Australia. I believe you will be more interested in this. So, like I said, as the name implies, permanent visa, it allows owner to stay permanently in Australia, and after 4 years of stay in Australia, you'll be eligible for what we call citizenship, to apply for citizenship if there is no issue. Maybe no crime, no criminal records, no issue at all, then you'll be fine. You'll be eligible for citizenship, and then after which you can apply for your passport. So there are different visas under this. We have family visa. For those who are married to Australians, they can apply for permanent partner visa. They first get temporary visa to come in. Then after 2 years of marriage, they will now be eligible to apply for their permanent visa, which will now be granted after 2 years. The child visa, if a child is a child of Australian citizen or PR holder, can apply for child visa. The parent visa is for parents of Australians or Australian permanent residents. They can apply for their parent, but there are other requirements that need to be met. There's something called balance of family test that has to be met. Therefore, there's protection visa as well as a permanent visa for those who are seeking asylum. But of course, it has to be a genuine case. They look at it on a case-by-case basis. Business visa is no longer popular. As a matter of fact, they've stopped it. Business visa is for those who want to establish businesses in Australia, and of course, you must be having at least billions of dollars to spend to establish business. And before you can just bring in money, you must have done that kind of business before. So, but it's still there, but no longer popular. Employer sponsored, I think I've touched on this. There's a particular one called 186, which is permanent one. You can actually get it straight direct. They call it direct entry. Permanent employer visa, 186. Then there is temporary transition visa, temporary visa, temporary transition permanent visa, which is a stream, temporary transition stream for other hearers. So it's an employer sponsor. So what that means is an employee must have stayed with that particular employer for at least 2 years, 3 years to be able to apply for permanent visa. Same 494 is for regional employers. Regional employers. The 191 is permanent visa. There's a visa called visa 491. We still talk about it. 491. It's a regional visa, but it's a temporary visa, a provisional visa. It's not a permanent one, but it will lead to permanent visa after living in the particular region for 3 years. Remember how I said every other place in Australia is considered as a regional area except Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane. All right, so that will lead to a permanent visa. The permanent visa of this is 191. The permanent visa of 491 and 494 is 191. Now, there's another type called general skill migration. This is very popular with highly skilled individuals all over the world. So that was the visa I eventually used to get my permanent resident 181 and 189. It's called skilled independent visa. Skilled independent visa. What that means is it's a permanent visa which allows anyone to live, an individual to live in any part of Australia. Well, this is also a skill nominated visa. You have to be nominated by a state. That's the difference between 190 and 189. 190, you have to be nominated by a state to live there, and you have obligation to live in that state for 2 years, after which you can live in any other place. You get the same benefit as so who is a holder of 189. You have the same benefit. The only difference is that 189 can choose to live in any part of Australia, but 190, you have an obligation. It's just an obligation. It is not a condition. So, in other words, you can be sponsored by a state, say, nominated by a state, say New South Wales. New South Wales is where I live. So that's Sydney, capital of New South Wales, Sydney. And decide to go to Victoria, that's Melbourne. You can decide to go to Melbourne, for example. So it's just an obligation. It's a right thing to do. But however, if you cannot be supported in your state, you can still move. Nothing stops you from moving. So just to put that there. Then the last one I want to touch on is National Innovation Visa. Yes, National Innovation Visa. It used to be called Global Talent Visa. Global Talent Visa is for highly talented individuals in either academics, professionals, or in sports. Highly talented, with global recognition in their field of endeavors. Say, for example, someone who has patent in this area, in his field, there are a few critical sectors they've outlined that they want people to, they are selecting people from. So if you are in agri-tech, in medtech, in edtech, anything that has to do with technology, innovation, then that visa is for you. AI, artificial intelligence, you know what you are doing, and you can, maybe you have done a lot of research in that area, and you have done a lot of publications, and you have presented, and you have received award, innovative awards and everywhere, and you have global recognition in that particular area, then that visa is for you. And you have ability to attract almost $183,000. If you are not earning it now, you can earn it straight away in Australia, and you can generate economic activities with your innovation. If you bring your innovation to Australia, that can lead to economic activities, maybe create jobs for people and everything. If you can prove it, then that visa is for you. So no stress about it, just to prove. And then you will be nominated by a state. You have to be supported by a state, any of the state, to support you before that visa can be approved. You don't even need to prove English. You don't need to do any skill assessment. You don't need to do anything. Now, let's talk about general skill migration, the criteria. Generally, I mentioned that these are the visas 189, 190, 491. We call it we call these numbers, these are subclasses. First mandatory on the list of criteria is skill assessment. Every skill must be assessed. Anyone applying to any of these visa, your skill have to be assessed. So, for example, if you're an accountant, you have to assess which accounting body here. Say similar to HICA, we have CPA. Australia, we have at least 3 accounting bodies in Australia that can assess your qualification and your work experience. If you are an engineer, maybe practicing engineer, or you are a graduate of engineering course, you can assess with Engineers Australia. Engineers Australia is the assessing body. If you are a secondary school teacher and you have secondary school, you have teaching qualifications. I'm not talking about you study botany and you are teaching agri science or crop science. You are teaching agri science. You are not a teacher. You must have Bachelor of Education, BEd, to be assessed as a teacher here in Australia. And as a matter of fact, there are universities that we call it tier 1 and tier 2 universities. That's the way they've categorized, for example, Nigerian universities. They've categorized them as tier 1 and tier 2. So tier 1, there are just 4 of them: UNILAG, OAU, UI, and FUTA. These are tier 1 schools. Every other university in Nigeria is a tier 2, whether private or ABU or Isuka. Every other university is a tier 2. What the implication of that is this: it's not the fault of Australia anyway, it's the fault of AUC, because the data they are using to categorize this university is outdated. And up to now, they've not produced newer data. I think the data they are using is very ancient, very outdated data. So what that means is this: a graduate of UNILAG who spent 4 years for bachelor program in education will be assessed as a bachelor degree in Australia. However, a graduate of Isuka who spent UNN, who spent 4 years doing the same course, will be assessed as an associate degree, which is a 3-year course in Australia. So in that case, skill assessment will not pass. So you can see, so skill assessment will not pass. And I think Canada has equivalent. Canada does theirs differently. They do what we call WES. WES, I don't know, I've forgotten the full meaning now. So they do that in Canada. But here, there are different bodies that do assessment. Accounting has their bodies, engineers have their bodies, and then teachers have their bodies, and lawyers have their body, different doctors have their bodies, and nurses, all of them, they have their bodies. As I see, so the first thing that needs to be done is skill assessment. Then the second thing that needs to be done is the point must be met. 65 points, that's a pass mark. It's just a pass mark. It's not a guarantee that someone will be invited to launch a visa. Until you are invited to launch a visa, you are not yet there. So, and if you submit an EOI duration validity is for 2 years. After 2 years, it will expire. So you have to redo it again. So maybe by then your English will have expired, your skill assessment will have expired. So you have to do everything afresh. So the more points you have, the better when it comes to skill migration. So the higher your points, the better your chances. So Then you must express interest and mention, you must be invited, and then you must be under 45 to be eligible for general scheme migration. Okay. Skill occupation list. Australia has list of occupations. They categorize them to 3. We call one MLTSS list. That's medium to long-term strategic skill occupation list. There are about 212 occupations there. All sort of occupations are there. All right. There's another one, short-term skill occupation list. 215 occupations are there. We have carpenter there. We have bricklayer there. We have chef there. We have accountant. We have different field of engineering. We have different field of nursing, different field of medicine. All the occupations that you can think of in this world will be there, definitely be on that list. There's another one, regional list. So the difference between these lists is that if you're applying for 189 and 485, 485 is post-study visa for those who did who studied vocational course. Your occupation must be on the list, on this list, to be eligible for 189. Then for 190 and 491, if your occupation is on this list, you are fine. And the regional list, if your occupation is there, you are fine for 491. That's just different. You can see all this in online. Now, the passback, I mentioned it. Australia uses what we call point system, similar to Canada. As a matter of fact, Australia has been using it for years before Canada introduced it. Canada actually led from Australia. Then also US also led, and UK led all these things system from Australia. Australia has been using this system for years now. All right. So the age, there are different categories where you can get points. You can get points based on age, you can get points based on qualification, get points based on experience, overseas work experience, Australia work experience, professional year in Australia, English test, study in Australia, and so forth and so on. For example, the maximum point you can get from age, if your age is between 25 and 32, you get 30 points. That's the maximum point you can get from age. If you have PhD and it's equivalent to Australia PhD, you have 20 points. If you have bachelor degree and it's equivalent to Australia bachelor degree, you have 15 points. But if it is not equivalent, if it is an associate degree, then you only have 10 points. If you have 8 years work experience overseas, you have 15 points. If you are able to pass, IELTS, and you score 88888, you will get 20 points. That's the maximum. There are other English you can do. You can do IELTS, you can do PT, you can do TOEFL, you can do. In fact, recently, just on the 7th, that's one thing about Australia. Australia changes law, immigration laws and rules from time to time. Just on the 7th of this month, 2 days ago, they changed, English requirement again. It changed a bit. So this changes. All right. So if you study in regional area, you get points. If you do STEM related course in Australia, you get as point. If you're single, you get points. If you're married and your partner has competent English, you get 5 points. If your partner has skill assessment and also have competent English, you get 10 points. So if you add all these points together and you're able to get at least 65 points, that's pass mark. At least you are in the pool. You are in the pool, just that you are not competitive enough. If you just have pass mark. But if you have back points, say around 90 points, then I can assure you that you are in whenever there's an invitation. They do invitation from time to time. The last one that was done in November last year, and they've never done for 189. For 189, because 189 is federal, then 190 is done by states. But some states are flexible, even with 70, 75 points in some states, you still get an invitation. I know a particular state that even if you get 65 points, you will get an invitation. So long you meet other requirements. You don't have to have a job there before they invite you. I've brought in a lot of people, from Nigeria, from overseas, to some of those states. And some of them I've never met them, but up to now, we only converse via email or phone. So, but they are doing very well in their states. All right. So skill independent, I've mentioned this. So I've talked about it. So I don't need to belabor it because of time. Yeah, National Innovation Visa. It's a permanent visa. Like I mentioned, it's a streamlined visa. It is processed faster. In fact, within 1 month, you can get your visa granted. These are target sectors: agri-tech, space and advanced manufacturing, fintech, medtech, energy and mining technology, cybersecurity, quantum information and advanced digital science, ICT, data science, and all those. These are sectors they need, and you can be up to 55. Unlike a skill visa that you must be under 45. You must have top of feed international award. You must be able to demonstrate orders, e.g., Nobel Prize orders, Laureate orders. They are welcome here. Olympic gold in sport, they are welcome here. And people who are exceptional in their chosen careers, particularly in sport, in professions, and also who are highly recognized worldwide, global figures, they are welcome in Australia. Yeah. And then you must be heading $183,100 or have the ability to be invited to head that amount here, because they don't want you to be a liability. Okay. Have strong government domination. Government has to dominate you for that. So you must be a member of many international groups and organizations, and maybe evidence of government grants, private grants associated with applicant area of research, industry awards and accolades, membership of several international organizations. Uh, you've done exceptionally well in your field. Then this visa is for you. This temporary granted visa that I mentioned, there's a cutoff age which was reduced last year to 35 years. It used to be 50, but if someone is still, if someone studied master's by research or PhD here, will still be eligible for TGV, that's temporary graduate visa. So they've cut it down. It used to, for masters, used to be like 3 years. As a matter of fact, masters by coursework, depending on the course, some people got 5 years visa. Depending on the course, for PhD, they got 6 years post-study visa. And during that time, they can then navigate their way to get in their permanent residence. But they just reduced that, last year. Very unfortunate. A lot of people are in limbo now in Australia they can't move forward because of this. So, like I said, things do change. And then this employer skill visa, I've mentioned that temporary visas, skill in demand, they call it skill in demand. Yeah, they do migrate. There's what we call migration planning every year. They've not brought out this new financial year. New financial year started in July. So every year, the new financial year starts in July. So they've not released it for, this is for last year. These are the numbers, allocation, according to visa category, employer sponsor 36,000, 44,000, scale independent 16,900, allocation regional 33,000, and so on and so forth. Altogether, 132,200 and less than previous year. So the one for this year will not be, it will be around this anyway. It will be around this. Now let's see some. Okay, I've mentioned some of the reasons why migrants choose Australia because of the economy. The economy is robust. It's one of the first 14 economies in the world, the best economies in the world, economy in the world. They are migrants. Australia is driven by migrants. A lot of migrants are thriving here. Yeah, I think the highest earning Hannah in Australia, a CEO, she's a migrant. I think she came from Sri Lanka, for example. She's a banker. She's in one of the top banks. She's earning millions of dollars per annum. So highest earning employee. So Australia is a migrant country. All right. The real owners of Australia are the Aboriginal people. These are the indigenous people of Australia. But of course, other population, a lot out of 4 people in Australia, at least, let's say, out of 5 people, 3 people who are born overseas. So almost everybody is a migrant. You say, where are you originally from? That's what we say here. You must be originally from somewhere. You can't, except you are an Aboriginal person. So they appreciate the contributions of migrants. Increasing demand for skilled workers. I tell you, some skilled workers are highly in demand, and they will keep being in demand. For example, all these trade occupations like carpenter, plumbers, they need them like anything. The only issue we have in Nigeria is that some of those people, they don't have certificate to back it up. As a matter of fact, plumber will have come here before an accountant. It's easier for a plumber to come here than even for engineers. It's easier for a carpenter to come here than a lecturer. So, and guess what? Here, plumbers, they make a lot of money. All those trades, occupations, they are big people here. They make a lot of money because Australia is a big. They encourage medium to small scale entrepreneurs to thrive here. They provide that support. Whatever business idea you have, banks will support you. Banks will support you, and they make bodies in billions. They encourage that. So a clear migration part. If once you are here, you know your part. I mean, you can be once you advise, once you follow advice of experts, you cannot miss your way. Some it can be shorter, it can be a shorter journey. Why some it can be a longer journey, depending on the advice they take. All right. It's always good to take the right advice. The high living standard, the quality of life is good. And another thing I want to mention, the minimum wage here is fantastic. I think it's the second best in the world, in the whole wide world. The minimum wage here is around $25 per hour. I think Luxembourg is the first, followed by Australia. And disposable income as well is great here in Australia. So if you're a teacher, at least a teacher will be earning close more than $100,000, depending on the state. So if you are, I'm talking about teachers, secondary school teachers, primary school teachers here. I'm not talking about university lecturers. So depending on what you do, engineers, starting point, say, for example, engineers around 85 without experience, fresh graduate. Then once you begin to have experience, you can earn as much as 150, close to 200K or above 200K, depending on your level of experience. Doctors, oh, forget about those ones. I'm talking about medical doctors now. The Australia is for them. So they are the world that is raking billions, a legitimate money. So the economy is good and they need skilled migrants, and that is the reason why it's a destination for so many. Now, there are few sectors that are growing. Healthcare sector is also always growing. They need them. They are always in demand. Information technology is highly in demand. maybe software engineer, robotic engineer, automation, artificial intelligence specialists, or cybersecurity. But cybersecurity is the needed like energy experts, engineers as well, renewable engineer, because a lot civil engineers, a lot of projects are going on. Australia is driven by projects. Projects are going on left and right, so they need people building. If you are on the news, you will have heard how there been, the rental this city is, the real estate is is booming here like anything. I'm not sure if there's any other part of the world where real estate is booming as Australia. What that means, the people are building, and yet, because migration, people are coming into the country every now and then, so there are not enough building to accommodate them. So they keep building, and that's why they need skill, the experts, construction managers. This was held like anything. People in aged care and disabled carers as well. A lot of people are being employed in that sector as well, and they are being sponsored, because primarily those in the remote parts of Australia, they are being sponsored by employer. In fact, just yesterday, I got a visa for a family of 4 who work in that sector. Although they got the employment first, and after the employment, they pass it on to me, and I help them to process the visa. I don't deal with employment. I'm not an I'm not an employment agent. So you have to seek for employment. But once you seek for employment, then you can come back to me for visa. Then we can then look at it. Yeah. So like I said, all this are the industry that are thriving, and several occupations, and just electrician, for example, 100K, that's the average salary. Developers, 100K and above, civil engineers, that's the starting point for them, construction managers. So a lot of opportunities here. Salary expectation, yeah, financial dealer, this was head like mad. It's not even showing. So I just screenshot it somewhere. I put it there. Yeah. So I think that's it for my presentation. I think I've covered the visa options, and I've also covered the career opportunities here. Yeah, well, if you have questions, I'm open to questions. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The explanations are very clear. But I have one question, because I have to ask something that is related to me as a person. My name is Dr. Sonia Somaku. I am a health, safety, and environment professional. And then I also have a PhD in disaster risk management. And so I'm also a researcher. I have a couple of publications on environment, climate change, and disaster risk science. So what are the opportunities for me? Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for that question. I guess if you're still under 45, that's okay. You can explore skill migration if you're still under 45. But if you're above 45...
Yes, I am 39 currently. I am 39 currently.
Okay, 39 is a good one. I mean, for someone like that, there is one occupation called occupational health and safety, for example, that I know that you can access for. Yeah, I know that for sure.
Okay.
And your case sounds familiar.
Yeah, because I have been interacting with you, and you actually advised me to join this.
This meeting. Oh,
yes.
And you are the first to ask questions. That's beautiful.
Yes, I needed to know what is related to my case.
Yes, it's good. So yeah, let's chat in details, but there's an opportunity for you. All you need to do is I think I must have advised you to sit for your English test.
Yes, you did. You did say that.
get that done, and let's see, because English is a major hurdle for a lot
Okay.
of Nigerians. So if you have not done your English, you have not started. The first
Okay.
thing to do is to get the English done. And once you get the English done, then we can then take the next step. Because of course, skill assessment has to be there. You have an occupation. Once I assess your CV and I say, oh, you are eligible, but you might need to do this and this. You just have
Yes.
to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other
I
question?
wanted to ask about the job website that you talked about.
Yes, I've just dropped
And
it.
the audio is no longer, I'm not hearing clearly any longer.
Oh, can you hear me?
Very faint, very faint. I'm hearing very faintly.
Oh,
Oh,
how
it's still
about
clear from my end.
okay, maybe from your head. From your head, I've dropped the job website. It's called seek.com.au. I dropped it in the chat.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we have a question in the chat box saying, what
Okay.
are the opportunities for a PhD holder in philosophy at 35?
So my advice for such person, because philosophy per se is not an occupation on the list. If you say university, if this person is lecturing in the university, yes, there's an opportunity for university lecturers. There's an occupation called university lecturer on the list. But if he's not lecturing, if he's married, we can think about the partner. The reason why I'm not talking about him first is because number one, there's that occupation is not, it doesn't go anywhere here. And if I'm recommending study option, it will not be eligible for post-study visa because of it's more than it's 35 years already. So that's why I'm recommending the partner. But if he's single, then he can still come, maybe do masters by research, is area of say social work. Later, get once you get once you get your visa, you can change it to social work. And if you're able to do social work, there's a you will get a pathway.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I hope that question was well answered. We also have another question. What kind of visa can a visiting research fellow in an Australian university seek?
Yes, I mentioned it earlier. So you can look at 407, but it is subject to you getting a collaborator here in Australia. So first of all, it's not even the visa that matters. It is the collaborator, getting that collaborator, research collaborator. Then once you get that, there are other visas you can explore. You can even come on the 407, or you can come on a business a visitor visa business stream if it's for a short time. A short time.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would also like to ask for this research fellow, are there ways to probably extend your visa? Like after your research fellowship, are there pathway to navigate into the system permanently? Then I
Oh,
also want to ask, in line with what someone else just dropped now. It's a basic requirement that everyone coming into Australia has to do an English assessment.
You'll be not English assessment, English test.
English test, okay.
Yeah, let me put it that way. So depending on the visa the individual is applying for, if it is skill migration visa, remember when during my presentation I mentioned skill migration, general skill migration, there are about 4 of them: 190, 189, 491, and 485. Just three 190, 491, and 189. The English is mandatory, except you are a holder of UK passport, Canada passport, US passport, and Republic of Ireland. Except that. So English is mandatory. But if you are looking at, say, training visa, you may not need competent English, you may just need a functional English. So it actually depends on the visa you are applying for. But if you are talking about skill assessment is mandatory. Now, for the research, you mentioned research opportunity, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what's the question again? I just forgot that.
So, for someone coming in for a postdoc fellowship,
Okay.
what opportunities do they have to mainstream?
Oh, yeah. So for such, you have to look for a school. It's an individual thing. You have to drive it yourself. You have to look for school supervisors or this thing that way take you. And once that is done, then you now think about you can even use 407 visa. It's mainly for training, and you can use it, and it's for 2 years.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I got your question now. And whether it is possible to convert it onshore. Yes, why not? You can explore other visa opportunities onshore. Okay, you can even explore skill visa onshore. One visa does not disturb the other. You can have one visa and be processing the other side by side. All right. So there's no way anyone that comes to Australia will fall in love with Australia. You can't come to Australia we don't love it. Just say, let me on the lighter mode. One Dalima just came to visit the children here. He has children elsewhere. He has been to America, been to Canada, and he been telling him, "Come, we want you to stay somewhere permanently." The man came to Australia and just fell in love with Australia, and now he's saying that he wants to stay because every left and right, there are libraries that he can go to. He's a highly learned person and he's retired. Like public libraries there, well equipped, and he enjoys it. And he said, "Wow, I love this country." Yeah. So you can always change visas here.
All right, thank you very much for that question. I don't know if anyone has any other question today.
Okay, sir. One more question concerning the English proficiency test. Is there no way one can get a waiver? Considering the fact that the language of instruction, right from primary school to university or to higher degree, is in English, writing and speaking of English. So if you go to your university to get a waiver, that doesn't work. Just let me ask.
Yes, it's a good question. Thanks for your question. Unfortunately, no, it does not work in Australia. So Australia does not recognize Nigeria as an English-speaking country. In fact, no, the only country they recognize is South Africa in the whole of Africa. In the whole of Africa.
Okay.
So you have to be a holder of a passport, South Africa passport, for you to even skate through some DC. So, but generally speaking, you need English for every other person, except if you are from UK, Canada, Ireland, and America. These are the places they recognize.
All right. Thank
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's noted. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
No worries.
On behalf of the Congress of Nigerian Students here, we want to appreciate you for your time and for this wonderful insight. I'm sure that we have all learned one thing or the other that would make our path clearer, and we are extremely grateful for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having me. I take delight in sharing knowledge on and information on Australia. And I believe tonight's session has really helped one or two persons. Okay. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. As much as our colleagues, for those who would have subsequent questions, I would reach out to you and see how we can navigate or discuss further on some of the questions or opportunities that may arise.
It's so good.
Thank you very much for everyone that has joined, colleagues and friends. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your time. And with that, we would wrap the first edition of this series. We hope that subsequently we can have Mr. John in our midst and other immigration officers who would also throw light on certain questions that we might have. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day, all.
Thank you. God bless.